little door at the back of the stage.
Where is the door?
Corridor behind the two stages, and grab all the chairs which are there.
Chairs. Oh.
Yes, there are chairs.
So
We need them for the two panel sessions.
no. Use कर रहा है डिस्प्ले की तरफ प्रोजेक्टर की तरफ
And while he's telling breakout room here, no, I went into the wrong room. Sorry.
तो मेरे लैपटॉप पर पढ़ लो तो पासवर्ड होता होगा मेरे पे पढ़ ली तो पहले वो नहीं मैं लैपटॉप पे चेक करता हूं लिंक उसे भेज दे
भैया 18 में स्टार्ट हो गया कब तक होगा
इसमें अपना लॉगिन करिए ये तो सही सेटअप है हाँ ठीक है Hello. Hello. उसको बुला इसका इस वाले का चार्जर चाहिए
HP है ना।
एचपी का है
हाँ तो ये
भाई इसको और उसका दोनों को साथ में
कहाँ पर है उसका पोर्ट? अंकरण कर रहे हो? अंकरण कर रहे हो यहाँ पे?
करेगा तू
नहीं तो कर, अगर तुझे नहीं करना तो कर।
अभिषेक
मोबाइल लेडीज I hope I will examine you. This is my and Mehta and I hope everyone is doing well.
नीचे वाला नहीं यहाँ से
And I hope everyone is able to do well. And I am honored to host this session. Thank everyone of you for attending this session. I am sure this session will be now. The next one will be transferred on the screen. Please. काम को तो शुरू कर दे आजा आजा ऊपर आजा वो कुछ नहीं है
Turn on the camera again. No. Hi.
Hello.
It is LPC something the camera.
इसका लैपटॉप मैं निकाला था ना वो कहाँ है हर्षुल इधर
Yeah. Yes, that's great. Perhaps rotate the camera a little bit to get the full panel. Yes, yes.
If you want, you can just make like
Then it's addressed to the audience, right? Is it possible to put the camera here?
आज स्कूल
No, we don't.
the wire is
Yes.
Not you can see where not using your phone. We should try that next time.
Yes.
Should we just sit there or maybe in an angle?
वो आवाज एक दो बार ये वैसे
This could be better if we sit in an angle.
We should at least make a semicircle, an arc.
Yes, yes.
That way everyone feels that way.
yeah, like this.
Let's do that.
But this way, someone is said, what are you doing with
I'm
this
making
one
like
chair?
a semicircle arc.
But what do you do with that chair?
I will just rotate like semicircle.
Ah, yes, yes.
So yeah.
वो
Yes.
चला गया था वो लंच के लिए गया था
But audience का फिर वो
मेरे को नहीं आता यार बाद में देगा बातों का वाई ले
तनिष्क को कॉल करो, तनिष्क को बुलाओ। तो कब से किससे बात कर रहे हो यार?
बात कर रहा हूँ 3 दिन से बात कर रहे हो
हाँ तो भाई मैंने भी क्या कर रहा था ऑफिसर से?
रात को 12 1:30 बजे तक तुम यहाँ होर्डिंग लगा रहे थे 12 बजे होर्डिंग का कर रहे थे
अभी मत बात कर यार, लोग ने ये काम एक बार रन हो गया उसके बाद बात कर लेना। सेशन स्टार्ट मत, ब्रेक में क्या करा? हद है। इसको हटा, इसको हटा, हटा इसको।
I mean, I just gave a couple of talks yesterday, so but I'll probably be tomorrow because I have
Tomorrow what time?
tomorrow in the morning.
So you will come to the networking dinner, like?
Yeah,
बार बार
Yeah, yeah,
खाने
yeah.
का
because that is all.
लगाने का
So that's the plans. I'll
रिफ्लेक्टर लगा हुआ है
Yeah, yes, sir.
वो अंदर उसके रिफ्लेक्टर लगा होता है मैं खुद जैसे अभी बाहर निकाल इसलिए आया है नहीं आता नहीं
ठीक है।
हाँ
निहारिका वहाँ कौन है वर्कशॉप में? तो तू क्यों आई?
Like, wait a minute, like Pratham only sent all of the organizers to Priya. Like there is a message like Kanika, I think so she came and she took
स्टेज पे नहीं बैठने बोला कि आके बैठो। आके बैठो। नहीं फिर भी बैठ। दोनों बैठ। लो बैठ।
अभी मैं चेयर को ऊपर करके देखूंगा से बढ़िया
अरे तू भी बैठ ना जितना बोल रहे सब फॉलो कर।
ये हो गया सेटअप हो गया दरगाह लेकर आ गया वो ऑनलाइन वाले स्पीकर्स में ऑनलाइन जो कनेक्ट हैं उसमें सिस्टम चालू करके आ गया हूँ कैमरे की पोजीशन लेके आ गया हूँ वाला मुझे बसा के सामने कर रहा है तो फोन बन गया और संसार आपको वो चाहिए चार्जर
निहारिका
So this is okay. Yeah.
क्या? यार हो गया?
And one.
यार हुआ उनका? Just a second.
Can you wear this?
Yes, sure.
This for the remote one.
Yeah.
ठीक है, okay.
Yes. I think I'll just wait for 5 more minutes just to see if people show up. Because I have plenty of time. This isn't too long a presentation, so yeah, plenty of time. Because this was originally a 1 hour presentation. It was extended to 90 minutes. So, yeah.
We'll be starting in 10 minutes. If you want to call your friends, please do. I think we should probably start because the online one is very.
Yeah, let's see.
Is it okay?
Oh yeah, sure. I mean, I guess I'll just.
Because we are also recording it and we'll send it.
Alright, yeah. I guess with my screen isn't in the foreground, by the way. It's in the background. My screen is in the backstage right now. So you'll probably have to bring it. It's in the backstage. I can't add it. Oh, let's see. There we go. And that one, I guess we can remove it. And this one we can remove. This one we can probably remove.
We are sharing the screen, so if you can open in a dedicated app, this people
Yeah,
then it
of course. Yeah. Oh, I see. There we go.
Oh, actually,
Yeah.
your different screen is.
Oh, wait, what? Oh,
The different screen has been shared.
a different screen has been shared. Okay.
This one is being shared, but
Okay. I should also probably use Chromium because one sec. We have one sec. I'll just stop the screen share for a second. And let's have it. Yeah, I think it is the right no.
it's working.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I see it's working. Right.
So we'll be starting now. Everyone, please have a seat.
See, I guess let's. Okay, right. Let's see. So this is something. Right. Well, hello everybody. This is in continuation to yesterday's presentation on building Ubuntu remixes with Iona. So this is a full workshop where we're gonna build. One second. You might want to download this presentation, by the way, to follow along. You can just scan the QR code on screen over there, since this involves building ISOs live and you might need the slideshow. So yeah, just feel free to download it. It's at the bottom of the page. It's at the bottom of the page here. All right, I guess I'll proceed then. So here's what we're gonna cover. So first, once again, I'm just gonna go over the structure. This is a part of yesterday's presentation. Then I guess we'll just quickly, I'll just show how you can set up a build environment and install Iona. And then we're gonna build 3 ISOs. One that would just be an Ubuntu ISO without any GUI or any other packages for that matter, just something that is bootable with a command line interface. Then an Ubuntu ISO with GNOME and GNOME only without Snap or any of that, and the Mozilla PPA. And lastly, an ISO of an actively developed Ubuntu remix, Ubuntu Lomiri remix, which is a remix of Ubuntu that uses Unity 8. Unity 8 was the former name for Lomiri, which is also a desktop environment. So once again, this is the structure of an ISO. It contains the bootloader. It will contain your main live root file system. It will contain your init and your kernel image. Here, I'm only talking about bootable ISOs, by the way, this is an Ubuntu ISO. And you have your club configuration and all of the binaries club requires. You'll find more information here. These are 2 wiki articles on, these are 2 of Ubuntu's wiki articles on customizing existing ISOs, this one. And the other one is about building an ISO from a root file system. And this is a more detailed article about the structure of an ISO and about building an ISO from scratch. a live CD ISO. All right, so if you're on Windows, you would want to, of course, set up Ubuntu on WSL, on WSL2, because WSL1 is not supported because that doesn't use a VM. That is simply an emulation version of the Linux kernel. So you would have to use WSL2, which is only available on Windows 11 and later, or certain versions of Windows 10. Or if you're on another Linux distribution, you could create a virtual machine with Ubuntu 24.04 or Debian 12. Or, of course, this is not mentioned here, but you could create a privileged Docker container. But for most of you, I would advise just creating a virtual machine in VirtualBox or in Word Manager if you want to use KVM. Since I'm running Ubuntu here, I'm going to proceed to the next slide. So just install the required packages. We use mmdebsap for bootstrapping a basic virtual system with Ubuntu. Then systemd container as an alternative to chroot. Arch install scripts to use Arch some of Arch's own tools, which are available, are packaged for Ubuntu. And lastly, cd boot images, which includes the binaries you need for grub, because we include those with ISO. It includes grub images. So now coming to here, you could just run this command to install all of the required packages. Now, as for pulling and installing Iona, it's just a GitHub repository, so just clone the repository locally and copy it over. Copy it to use local bin. You have to run that command sudo there to copy it to use a local bin. And if I were to put this up here, terminal. Yeah, all right. So that's Iona installed there. And now coming to building a basic remix in ISO without any GUI or any other packages. So Iona includes certain sample configurations. So if I were to pull up the repository here, so the internet's a bit slow. Yeah, I'm just relying on my hotspot. Okay, loaded. Alrighty, so the repository contains a bunch of sample configurations. So if you were to look at some of those, if you were to start with the one we're going to build right now, Ubuntu-Mini, this is what a configuration file looks like. So you have the name of the remix, you have the release code name, you have the list of repositories here. Yeah.
The screen was not
Oh.
shared.
Oh gosh. Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. Of course. Sorry. Is there a network?
This is because of network.
Yeah. Is there any other network I'll connect to? Because I'm just relying on my hotspot right now.
Right.
Because the guest network isn't available.
I'll give you my disconnect.
कैमरा भी बंद हो सकता है
Yes.
It
present. Yeah. Yeah. So it should work if I were to alter the it works. You have to put it.
This one.
Yeah. All right.
Actually, I have to present the entire screen. Can you please open the screen?
Yeah,
Should be present the entire screen, or else it won't be.
Oh yeah, that's what I did. So if I alt tab here, it is visible. The presentation is visible. You're just gonna have to. Oh, okay, same thing. Ah, gosh. Yeah.
So, Jana, please. Like,
Yeah, this is something that is the captive portal page doesn't work.
The hotspot is not.
Yeah, my hotspot is on, but that is where the issue first occurred. That's where the issue occurred. So. Oh, yeah, just click on it. Just click on the notification. Yeah.
Until then, Raghu, there's a question from our audience.
All right.
You're a student of which branch?
Of which what?
Which branch?
Oh, I mean, I'm
Well,
in.
even
Yeah,
answer
like,
it.
okay. Yeah, let's see.
Uh,
Oh, okay, the answer's from the
Remote audience.
remote
You're
audience.
asking something. You're a student of which
Okay, should I just answer in the chat?
branch? You can answer it.
actually,
I mean, I'm a
your mic is connected from this mic.
yeah, okay, yeah, I'm a student. I'm a student of year 11. All right, yeah, I'm a student of year 11 of say 10, which is year 11. So, yeah, I guess that should answer the question.
इनका भी नेटवर्क प्रॉब्लम
Okay, okay.
कौन सा स्क्रीन मुझे अलाउ करने का
Yeah, that's the one. That's the one. This share.
And
You just
is it being shared?
yeah, just bring it to the front. Yeah, that one.
Yeah. Now,
Right.
yeah. Now we can continue.
Yeah. Oh. Oh. Yes. Yeah. All right.
Okay. You can continue.
All right. Yeah. So back to the presentation. So this is a sample ISO configuration for a minimal Ubuntu ISO with just the default Ubuntu repositories. And here the first repository, for instance, that is just the main Ubuntu archive, archive.ubuntu.com. Here I've included the main universe, multiverse, and restricted components, main being all of your force packages maintained by the Ubuntu core developers. Universe, all of the community maintained packages. Multiverse, community maintained packages that might include proprietary bits or depend on proprietary packages, and restricted where proprietary packages are that are developed and maintained by Canonical. And since we're using Ubuntu Noble here, which is Ubuntu 24.04, that is what I've used. Here's the code name, and it's in the suits list as well over there. And as for the deb-srcnc, if you would be able to pull packages using the command apt source, because this allows you to pull the packaging for any package in the Ubuntu repositories. But for that, you would have to set this deb source variable to true. And it's the same for security.ubuntu.com. That is for security updates, same thing. And then we have the post workaround section. You have Ubuntu Network here. The Ubuntu Network workaround here would allow you to, it just fixes a bunch of issues with Network Manager. We've just made a couple of tweaks there to the Network Manager configuration shipped by Ubuntu because Ubuntu Desktop makes these tweaks as well. Because Ubuntu Server uses Cloud Init, and we're just removing the integration with Cloud Init since we're not using it here. So we're just making a bunch of tweaks to the default Network Manager configuration. And lastly, you have this place where you can build any artifacts as in the final build output. So it could be an ISO, it could be a squash FS, it could be a tarball. here it's an ISO named mini.iso, and now coming to how you could build it, well, just cd to the sample configuration directory. It's included. It is included in the Git repository. These configurations, so you could just run a build here, which is yeah. I want to build many this. Oopsie. So the Iona Ubuntu, so you just pass. So you just run sudo Iona and the name of the file of the YAML file, and that is going to pull the root file system. It'll just build a basic root file system. It'll generate a basic root file system with the minimum number of required packages. And the difference between, so if you've ever used dbootstrap, for example, the difference between the two is that dbootstrap is supported on most distributions out there, but it doesn't use apt to pull packages to generate a root file system. Whereas with dbsap here, it uses apt, and you can use any package repositories you want to. So that is what Iona uses behind the scenes. It is an improved version of dbootstrap, and that's what we're using here. So I'll just let this pull complete. But yeah, this is what our configuration here looks like. This is what the configuration looks like. This is what I just showed, which was in the GitHub repository. I'll just come to the next. I'll just come to the next configuration while it builds. So the next slide. So we were going to build. If the internet had been that slow, was we would have had to look at a basic Ubuntu GNOME configuration. This is not identical to default Ubuntu ISO because Ubuntu ships multiple tweaks to the default GNOME configuration. Instead, here we're just going to build an ISO with a default GNOME session and the GNOME package as packaged by the Debian developers. So just a very minimal GNOME system, and we're going to include Firefox, the Mozilla PPA for Firefox. We're going to use that repository here, and this is what half of the configuration looks like. Same stuff. You have the name of the remix, Ubuntu space GNOME here, and the code name is such a noble. Now, if we look at the repositories, we have the main Ubuntu repository with main, universe, multiverse, and restricted, and the noble and noble update suits. So this is the exact same as for the previous configuration, as for the Ubuntu Mini configuration. Okay, the slides are in the wrong order. And then this is the second half. So we are just pulling the Mozilla package repository for Firefox because Firefox has now been snapped, and we do not want to use that snap here because it takes quite a long while. Although you can include snaps if you wanted to, like if I were to say, one sec. So if you were to, for instance, this is the snippy size. If you were to add another package list here, if you were to add another list of packages here, type, you can make this snap. You could just add a list of snap packages here. You could just add Firefox here, for instance. Since Firefox is not packaged as a snap, you would also have to include the core package, the core snap package, and all of the other dependencies, because Snap doesn't have built-in support for dependency resolution. So if we were to look at a configuration which already includes a snap, which is our Lomiri configuration here, Ubuntu Lomiri configuration, which, one second, it appears to be in the wrong order. One second. It's just loading here. Yep. So this is how you could add any snaps. You would have to include all of the dependencies. So for Firefox, they've just chosen to include Core 18 and Core 20, but for Firefox, you would just need Core 22. You wouldn't need any of these three because Core is, I believe, Tilcam Peter will have gone into more depth in his workshop, or he will go into more depth because his workshop is scheduled for later about snaps. But the Core 20 snap is basically a simple snap image that contains an Ubuntu 20.04 root file system, and Core 18 contains an 18.04 file system, and Core itself is a 16.04 file system. And I do not believe any applications use it anymore. There's network issues again, I believe. The network is not working. It's not working. Yeah. Sorry, we're having troubles with internet here. This is. Alright, yeah. I do not think the captive portal page works. It is not, yeah. I'm not sure if the IIT guest network works here. I could not find it in the net. Yeah. Yeah, okay. Yeah. I mean, I guess if the network doesn't work, okay. Let's just see if it works. Wait, my laptop is also about to die, actually, I think. Did I bring my charger? Yeah, I do. Just a second. The laptop is about to die. Let's see. Let's see. I believe this one there. Yes. Okay, thank you. Oh, whoops. Isn't this recording?
Now, cheers coming.
Yeah, just a minute. We're gonna have to bring it to the front. Yeah, I have. Just bring it to the front then. Right, perfect. Yeah. Right. This. Oh yeah. That's. Oh, that's perfect. Then. I think it is. Yeah, it's not working. The microphone. I don't think it's working anymore.
What do you want to press?
I just my. Yeah, please. Yeah. Okay, sorry about that. So this. Oh, shoot. Let's keep it. So in this configuration here, one sec. If you go back to this page here, so the code 22, image is what the Firefox snap depends on. So that's one of the packages we've included here, one of the snap packages, as well as GDK common themes, which is the snap package that contains all of the required. That contains many of the popularly used GDK themes out there, so that the GDK theme used by your Snap applications is the same as that is used by system applications that are not Snaps. But here, since we're using the Firefox deb package, that is not a concern. We're just using the Firefox deb package here, and we have included the Ubuntu installer, the old Ubuntu installer. So This is the installer Ubuntu used to use earlier. Now they have a Flutter-based installer. We're not using that here because we did not want to include any snaps, as that is only packaged as a snap, and in this image we didn't want to. So we're just using the Ubiquiti installer here, which which is the old installer Ubuntu used to use. If I pull up an image here, this installer in front, this is Ubiquiti, and it is included as a package here. It is included as a package here in the Lomiri image and in the one we were looking at right now. These 4 packages. Ubiquiti Casper is an initMFS hook. It is an initMFS hook that essentially makes it such that your computer automatically logs in. So it is done as an initMFS hook. It modifies your system configuration to make sure that firstly, auto login works. It automatically logs into your desktop environment for one. And second, it includes, of course, a UI. Ubiquiti frontend GDK is the GDK frontend for Ubiquiti, Ubiquiti's installer. And Ubiquiti slideshow Ubuntu is the default installation slideshow you see when installing Ubuntu on your computer. Lastly, software properties common, that is not Ubiquiti. That is the package that contains add apt repository that allows you to add PPAs. But here we've included, before these packages are installed, we have included 3 commands to be executed to add the Mozilla repository. And after that, we've included these post workarounds here. And here it's the same thing with Network Manager that we're fixing here. And with Ubiquiti remove, we're just removing the installer after your computer, after this ISO has been installed to your computer. So it makes sure the installer doesn't stick around on your computer. So that ensures that is taken care of. And once again, we're just building an ISO. Here we're building an ISO named ubuntu-gnome.iso. So let us just look at how this has come along, the build here. It appears to not have done that well. Network issues. One second, you're gonna have to announce this here. All right, here, just restarted the build. The build is once again running. This was due to the issues we had with the network, and yeah, that is running now. And that is how you run. That is how you're gonna run. And this is how you're gonna run an ISO build using Iona. And lastly, let us come to an actively developed remix of Ubuntu. So if you were to look at Ubuntu Lomiri, which is right here, Ubuntu Lomiri. So this is the configuration. It includes the name of the remix, the code name. That is Noble here. Noble is Ubuntu 2404. And same repositories, same story there. And this is the list of packages we use here. So Lomiri, which was formerly named Unity 8, which was the successor to Unity 7. It was a user interface. It was a user interface that Canonical had developed. That was supposed to work across phones, laptops, desktops, across different operating paradigms. It was supposed to support different screen sizes and different types of devices, many of those. And unfortunately, it was discontinued, and it was discontinued in 2016. But it was then taken over by another team, UBports, and they continue to maintain it to this day. And it is in the Ubuntu repositories as well as in Debian repositories. So here we're just using Lomiri here, the Lomiri packages in Launchpad. So if I were just to pull this up here, Lomiri. So that's a package for Lomiri, the desktop environment. And while this runs in the background, Yes, we're just including LightDM, which is a display manager we're using here. We're using LightDM as a display manager, Ubiquiti as our installer here, Lomiri Greeter as the user interface, the front end to LightDM. If you do not know what LightDM is, it is just it is a it is a display manager which it is an alternative to GDM, SCDM, all of the other display managers out there. It is agnostic of the desktop environment you use, unlike some of the others out there, and it supports multiple front ends like SCDM does. So we are using a Zeta, a front end that was designed to look similar to Lomiri, which is the desktop environment we're using here. And of course, we are including Xvalent here to support X11 applications, since Lomiri is a Valent-only desktop environment, and okay. And we're using that. We're using it to support X11 applications on Lomiri. So if you had a Firefox, for instance, on earlier versions of Ubuntu, it did not use Valent. Even if you were on Valent, that accommodates that use case. And for any applications that do not support Valent in general, this is where we've installed all of our snaps. And we've just run a bunch of commands here. We've run a bunch of commands here as part of the configuration. And once again, the same hooks, the same workarounds here. The first one being Ubuntu-network, that is to fix those network manager issues we spoke of earlier, and Ubiquiti-remove, which we're using to remove the installer after your system has been installed. And then we're going to build an ISO like we did for the previous remixes. Are there any questions? Are there any questions on YouTube, by the way?
No, there's one.
Yeah. So that is a sample Lomiri configuration there, and let me see how this has come along. It's taking quite a while. In the meantime, I'll just show what a built ISO looks like, since I have one right in front of me. Ubuntu-GNOME. So this is what I'm booting up here in VirtualBox is a sample configuration. 1 second. Yeah, so this is what the ISO. This is what the ISO looks like. What a virtual machine with an ISO looks like. That was built from the configuration I showed you earlier for Ubuntu GNOME. So it includes an installer here. So you can install it if you want to. You can install it on your computer, and you can include any applications you want to in your ISO. And of course, it ships with Firefox and a bunch of other applications. This is the dev version of Firefox, not the Snap. So it's taking a while to open. But yeah, this is what the system. This is what it looks like. The ISO we built from that configuration. 1 second. Meanwhile, this is still downloading here. 1 second, I'll see if I have any of the other ISOs built here. Nope. Well, this is what Iona looks like. This is what actual shell script looks like. So just has all of the repositories here, and of course it uses systemd and spawn behind the scenes instead of chrooting, because chrooting to install packages can cause issues, even though it is the method recommended in the Ubuntu wiki. We're using systemd and spawn, and we're just installing packages here. And then we have support for Flatpaks and snaps, of course. We have support for Flatpaks and snaps. You can add any Flatpaks if you want to, or any snaps by adding them like you did the deb packages earlier. So if you were to say, okay, this is going to take forever. If you were to add the packages, if you were to add another section here, like we did for snaps and debs, well, you could add Flatpaks here, or you could add any package, any of the supported package formats, which right now are only Flatpak, snaps, and debs. And if you wanted to build plain tarballs or squashfs images, you could do that by adding other artifact types here. So you could add a squashfs, or you could add a tarball. This is still downloading the same package. I suppose we're gonna have to wait for that to happen. Because it's just pulling all of the packages we mentioned earlier, and now it's just installing your kernel. It's installing the Linux kernel and a bunch of other utilities. This is based on Ubuntu 24.04. And it is okay. So we are nearly done with this build, and it's built in ISO. Perfect. Doesn't take that long for this network, but yeah. It is, and it was actually quite faster than expected, so I have to wait it out. But yes, working. I'm connected to this network here. Oh sure, okay. Should I just connect to my hotspot and disconnect to this? It's Ola. It's named Ola. Yeah, the first one.
You can connect it with my phone.
Yes, I just connected to my phone right now. I guess this is fine for now. I'm just using my hotspot here. I'll see if it lost. If it doesn't, it's fine.
Okay, you just
Oh.
carry on.
Okay.
Just carry on.
Alright. So this was the ISO we built just now. Mini.iso. It's a tiny ISO. It doesn't include any packages after all, aside from the kernel. Force and mount, and also that's the installer. That's what the installer looks like. You could just continue with installation if you wanted to. Since I force and mounted the ISO from the VM, the installer no longer works. But I'll just power this off here to have a look at the ISO we just built. Alright, so this is okay. Now there's an issue here. Okay, because that ISO configuration does not include the kernel. Just a second. So this, for example, is what an ISO looks like. This is what an Ubuntu ISO would look like. So this is what I was talking about earlier here. This is what I was referring to. This structure here. So you just have your bootloader in here. You have your bootloader in this folder here. EFI boot. So this is where the grub EFI binary is. That is used by your UEFI. Casper, this contains your squashfs image. This contains your squashfs image. So if we were to unsquashfs this, oh, okay, yeah. So I forgot. Right, this. Wait, okay. Oh, I'm connected to mine right now.
Yours is working.
Yes.
Connect to mine if you want.
That's okay. Are you sure? Because it did. I think.
Yeah,
It did.
I recharge.
Okay. Alright. I mean, if you're certain about them, because it does work right now. I guess I'll just proceed with this. If there are any issues, I'll connect to that. Or
So there is no issue.
alright. I guess I'll just continue with this for now. For now, I'll just continue with this. See if it works. Yes.
Share this.
Alright. wait a minute, sometimes. Yeah, I'll just remove myself from the stage. Yeah, all right. So continuing with the presentation, and we're having issues. Okay, I think we're having issues here. Okay, this is an issue, but I think it's an issue here. Okay, I'll just connect you that. Should I just connect you yours for the time being, just to see if that fixes it? Is this thing working? Because this is happening. Well, I guess I'll just, if I just connect, is it all right if I just connect you back into that? See back in that network here. Is it, oh, but it's working again, but just okay. It's again. Oh gosh, okay. Yeah, oh look, there we go. That works. But yeah, this is what an ISO would look like, and this is the file that contains all of the packages that will be removed after your system is installed. File system manifest dash remove, and this is where that workaround here comes in, because this is a change. This workaround here makes ubiquity dash remove. It removes the ubiquity packages, the installer on your final installed system. So if say we were to if we were to boot into the ISO, into the Ubuntu GNOME ISO we built earlier, from that configuration, this was the ISO I was showing you all that now, that contains the Casper file system that I showed earlier. So now if I were to unsquash FS that, if I were to unsquash FS that has squash FS file in Casper slash file system to squash FS. If I were to unsquash FS this, let's wait for that to copy. Yeah. Yeah, so if I was to unsquash FS this, like so, it should be done as root. Yeah, so if you were to do this as root, there we go. It's just I've just unsquash FS it, and this is what the file system will look like. This is what the file system built there looks like. This is what it looks like, and if you look at the user directory, for instance, that contains all of the GNOME binaries. That contains everything from GNOME here. And meanwhile, let's see if this is booted. Yes, it has. Which means we could perhaps just proceed with installation here. So if we were to build Ubuntu GNOME as a configuration there, for instance, I'm just building that there. I'm just building the Ubuntu GNOME configuration. It's going to do the same thing first, of course. It's going to generate a basic virtual system. That is what is happening there. Alright, I'm just booting the GNOME. I'm just booting the Ubuntu GNOME VM again. This is from the old ISO. Yep, and if you were to uninstall, it's going to take a few seconds. This is a virtual machine, and this is not something. I do not believe it is running out of KVM at this point. And this is not hardware accelerated, so it will take a few seconds. In the meantime, this is just installing. This is just downloading all of the required packages, all of the packages we mentioned here in this file. If you were to look at Ubuntu GNOME config, it is just going to install all of the packages here. All of these packages right here. Nala, Firefox. Nala is a package manager. It is an alternative frontend to apt that uses multiple threads. And it is just an improved version of the apt frontend. It uses the apt Python library. Alright, so the installer has it's open. So if we were to just continue with installation here. Once again, it's going to take a second.
It's there now. Should I say enter? Yeah. Room? Enter.
But just let me know when the next workshop is, because we were supposed to. Just let me know when the next workshop is, since
No, I have
I'm just waiting
presentation
for this
basically.
to happen. But once this happens,
यहाँ पे है क्या ऑलरेडी? हाँ उधर से कर सकते हैं.
Alright.
So how do I
There
add
we go.
that?
So if you were to just start the installation process, that is, you could just erase and install it, and yeah, this is just a classic Ubuntu installer. So
Which one would you like?
I guess that's how you could.
I can do it.
This is once again built from this configuration. That was just the Ubiquiti installer right here, and well, we could just do. So yeah, so the installer works, and that's the Ubiquiti slideshow. That's a slideshow that was included in the ISO. So this will take a while, so I'll probably not show the whole thing here, since of course installation will take a while, especially since this isn't a virtual machine. But yeah, this is what an ISO built by Iona looks like, and this is from this one single YAML file right here. So this Ubuntu GNOME YAML file, the one on the screen right here. So if you want to try this out, you could just clone this repository right here. You could clone this repository, and you could get a picture of the QR code if you want here in the beginning. You could just have a picture, or you could just scan the QR code and download the slides to this presentation, and clone the repository here. And
just entering the slideshow mode.
And read me also details all of this. You could just follow along, and yeah, that's all there is to it. So that will continue to install. But yeah, that's how you could build your own ISO using Iona. Alrighty,
I don't know, flickering band hua kya?
that was all. Thank you, everybody. Any questions?
Okay. Let's see. I'll not touch it too much. Yeah, screen share again. Green. No, the green will expand it.
See any.
Full screen you want?
Well, I guess that's all. Then I do not see any questions in the audience. So yeah, I guess I'll end it then. Thank you, everyone.
Thank you for the presentation.
All right, just get this off here. Okay. Don't worry about that. I'll just stick at this. Go. Right. See. Let's see.
Okay, so let's get started. Another technical talk towards the end of the conference, but I'm here with me. I'll make sure that it is interesting and it is helpful for everyone. Okay, so let's get started. So
Well, I'm still a part of this team. I just realized. Hold on a second. All right. I've left the scene. I've left the scene. This doesn't work. Perfect. Oh wait. I have the mic here. I have this mic. Use this mic.
Now let's welcome Mr. Justice to give the conference presentation of the Breakout.
Thank
Hello, good evening. So, we're from the Center for Developing Intelligent Systems. And this is, I am Vishal Singhal, and I'm accompanied with Ajit. And I'm accompanied with Ajit, who's a third-year undergraduate at IIT Kanpur. And we'll be talking to you about an open source solution for the gig economy. So the gig economy is something that we can't survive or seem to survive without nowadays. So whether it's ordering a cab to get back home, ordering a meal, getting someone to repair the fan that's not working in your room, are getting medicines and so on. We are all reliant on this, on the magic of the gig economy that works through our phone. So we just pull up our phone and voila, everything that we want gets delivered to us. And that's what you probably think of also as yeah, next. So we think of the gig economy as this magic that takes place on the phone. But what's actually happening behind the scenes is that around 100 million people are exploited to give services to 1.5 billion frustrated customers. Right, so it's a winner takes all competition between gig workers who are struggling to provide you what you want. And we sit in the comfort of our rooms to try and find the cheapest personal servants for ourselves. And I mean, just in the Indian context, there are close to 2 crore people who are doing this for a various amount of services dictated by a large duopoly or monopoly in various service sectors. And the issue is that a standard gig worker is stuck in this hamster wheel where he puts in all this effort and 30% of his commission gets taken away. The incentives that he was promised when he starts working keep depreciating. He always faces a threat of blocking for refusing services. So there are plethora of cases where a gig worker has fever, someone in their family has died, they've just had an accident while trying to deliver the previous order, but they cannot refuse the next order because if they do, the app blocks them. Then their work hours are dictated by the demands of the app. So the app tells the worker when they have to be available and how long they have to work to achieve certain incentives. Finally, once a gig worker starts working for the app, they can't move away. So you might not know this, but if a cab driver is driving for Ola, the Ola app actively prevents Uber from drawing over the app. So if I'm driving from Ola and I have a customer right now, there is no way that I as a driver can switch away from that until I complete the ride. Finally, the more I get entrenched into this gig working economy, the more I realize that there's no way out from it. So it's a vicious cycle where the more a cab driver avails this app to get customers, the more he becomes reliant on it. And like you might think as customers that we have it better, and we have been enjoying free lunches funded by VCs in Singapore, US, and China, giving us discounts on our meals or our cabs or our medicines. But it's starting to look a little more like this every day, where we're facing hidden charges through dark patterns, things that we can't uncheck, ever-inflating subscription fees, or the same fees branded as new phrases that MBAs can look up for these apps. And similarly, the middleman is growing hungrier and hungrier. Right? So you have the middleman working using painfully opaque algorithms. So none of us know how Uber or Zomato actually work, or what their financial schemes are for charging us what they charge us. We don't know how they link us to drivers. We don't know how long the person who's serving us or driving us has been working before this. And we are basically living under a colonial rule where instead of people from the UK, it's algorithm that's the black box that bites into the earnings of our service provider and then bites into our pockets while we are paying the service provider. And this middleman or the colonial black box has a single objective: to increase the valuations of those that back them. Right? Now, the middleman is a bit like Cronus from the Greek mythology. So if you know Cronus, Cronus was a Greek king that was prophesied to be overthrown by his own children. And cab aggregators or gig aggregators are exactly like this. They are also prophesied to be taken over by their own children. And just like Cronus, they keep eating their children. So they keep eating alternative apps that were developed by their former employees. They actually also use their own service providers like restaurants or grocery shops to develop or enrich their own algorithms to make more efficient cloud kitchens or warehouses that are going to drive the restaurants out of business. The same restaurants that increased their valuation and got them funding for them to be able to even do this. Finally, they also have a beautiful post or perish model, where if you don't follow the dictates thrown down by these companies, you're not listed on them anymore. So if you don't make paneer butter masala when Zomato wants you to, you're off the front page. If you don't offer discounts that Zomato wants you to, you're off the front page, and so on. So just like this Greek mythology, they're consuming the children that allow them to flourish. Now, it's not just us. Everyone wants a way out of this economy. So if any of you are from Delhi or if you were coming to the conference from Delhi this week, you'd have seen that all of rickshaws and cabs in Delhi were on strike. The same thing keeps happening in Delhi, Mumbai, Goa, Pune, Bangalore, any city, even Kanpur, if you name it. And all of these drivers are frustrated because when they joined these apps, when they took loans to buy cars, when they committed to this profession, they were getting incentives, which were far more than today. They're also being charged lesser commission than they are being charged now, but they don't have a way out. So they have unions that keep crying out for government solutions. And our government keeps promising ways out. This article that I've put up on the screen is from 2017. So that's 7 years ago when the Ministry of Roadways said, hold on, we're building an app and it will be government backed and all your problems will be taken care of. But in the last 7 years, they've had one government-backed app called Namayatri, which is a state government app from Karnataka that takes care of auto bookings in Bangalore. And there is a prominent example of a taxi union making an app called the Goa Taxi, which is a rival for Ola and Uber in Goa. And of course, like everyone, like in every other sector, the Indian consumer has come up with a jugaad of opening up Telegram groups and WhatsApp groups where we can pre-book cabs at 30% cheaper prices. So this has become very popular in Bangalore, especially to go to the airport, which is 2 hours away. So people keep going to these Telegram groups to post that, hey, I want a cab for tomorrow morning at this time. And there are drivers on this app who offer more rational fares to drop you to the airport. And the issue with all of these things is that they're not scalable or sustainable. And the app workers know that. Like, so the way that Cronus was defeated in Greek mythology was by feeding Cronus a rock and telling him that that is Zeus. So Cronus ate that rock, believed that he had killed Zeus, and moved on. Meanwhile, Zeus grew up and overthrew Cronus. So just like Cronus, who was living in the delusion that he is finished off Zeus, the cab aggregators are living under this delusion that we cannot build a scalable or a sustainable alternate to the gig economy. Because every time we try to do that, they'll just eat it up. Or it won't have the financial backing required to compete with them. So how do we overthrow Cronus? For that, I'll hand over to Ajaswit, who has been working on a solution for this, and he'll carry you forward through this presentation.
You're going, come back, stay here. Next slide. So the question is, yeah. So the question is, how do we get out of this vicious cycle? And what would an ideal platform look like to counter all of these problems which gig workers face? The first one would be, it would be decentralized. And this would be there to prevent a monopoly. How do the business model of Ola and Uber operates, or basically any gig working company operates on the basis of having the highest amount of market share, so that it is able to put on its own beliefs on both the customers, the gig workers, and the rest of the economy. And if we have a decentralized system where there is no one company, there is no one entity which has so much control, there will be healthy competition and it will prevent exploitation en masse. The second one will be, has to be portable. And this is a problem if you think about it this way. There are multiple apps for gig workers. For example, there are some for, let's say, delivering medicines to you. There are some for delivering groceries. But if you think of it on a basic level, there isn't any skill required to do any one of them. Workers should be allowed to move from one type of work to another fluidly without having to switch platforms, which is often discouraged, as Ishan told us. It should be open source, because the algorithms which decide who gets what right or how much is who paid, that should be open to scrutiny by the community. And next one, next, next. Yeah, so the algorithms need to be open source so that the community is able to scrutinize them and make them as equitable as possible. It has to be value generative for the community. What that basically means is that right now, any existing algorithms or any existing companies leech off resources as well as exploit the community for its own good. But any system should remain within the community and should be able to help each aspect, each part of the community, because that is what is making the community up. It should demonetize data. Like I said, algorithms are trained to ensure they are trained on your data so that their profits are maximized. And often this maximization of profit goes hand in hand with increase in exploitation. And by our method should be able to demonetize this data, this algorithm, so that we are able to create an equitable environment. And by doing all of this, we should be able to give power back to the community. Next. Yeah. So the question arises, what tech is actually essential for such platforms? And the answer is, well, not much. All of these companies act as middlemen for information. Because if you think of it this way, I am a gig worker and I need someone to give me a job. So I'll sign on one of these platforms and I'll say I am available. Now you, being the customer, will go ahead, will log on to the app and will fetch this data from the server. And you'll see who all is available and you'll select one of them, or the algorithm selects one of them and the person is assigned to you and they do the job. So in a sense, it is basically an overrated notice board or a roster of people who want jobs and for people who want to hire people to do these jobs. And this is essentially very simple tech if you think of it this way, as simply a roster or a notice board of people who want to do some jobs. Next. And this is where the Nostr protocol comes in, which basically stands for nodes and other stuff transmitted by relays. And going a little behind the philosophy of Nostr was, it was made at a time when Twitter had very aggressive censorship policies. And it was made as a method to counter
censorship by any central authority, whether it is the government or whether it is a company, Twitter in that case. And how it basically does that is, in a similar model as I explained earlier, what Twitter does is, you write something, you post it on a central server, and someone else fetches it from the central server and looks at it. So it's again behaving as a middleman for information. The question is, can we somehow decentralize the Twitter server or something of a central server so that, let's say, anyone can open such a server and anyone can host any of this information and act as a middleman? And this is what Nostr aims to do. And how it aims to do that is, it has a bunch. So instead of a central server, it has a bunch of such servers which anyone can start or anyone can run, which are called relays. And between people who want to communicate, they choose one of these relays, which are not central anymore, and they are able to communicate through that relay. So if you just go to the next slide once. Yeah. So here you'll see that if there are multiple relays, for example, here it's relay A and relay B, which can be thought of as two servers. And if I am someone who posts something on relay A, anyone who is subscribed to relay A will be able to read my information. But anyone who is subscribed to, say, relay B will not be able to read my information. But the good part here is, because we are able to decentralize the server, there is no single person who can impose any censorship. Let's say relay A says that this kind of content is banned, but I can simply shift to another relay which is there in the market. And therefore, no single server, no single relay holds enough control, holds enough power over the whole ecosystem that they can impose their wants on it. And this is basically how the Nostr protocol works. Yeah. So our solution is based on the Nostr protocol, and we call it roster. And in a similar manner, like relays store information, store tweets and your notes in the case of Nostr, here what they'll do is they'll store information about gig workers who are looking for a gig right now and who want to get a job. So how it basically works is, you have these relays which act as pseudos, and let's say these are again similar to the servers which are there, but because anyone can open it, it is not centralized. And let's say there are two relays. I am a gig worker and I want to get a job for today. So what I'll do is I'll pay a small amount, let's say 10 rupees, to one of these relays in return for me being advertised on the relay and my information being shown there for the day. And any consumer who wants to avail such a gig worker service, they'll, on the other side, they'll fetch this information from the relay for free, and they'll be able to get information of all gig workers who are available in the locality, who can help me out, who can do my job. And I'll talk to them off the platform, and I'll fix the price, and I'll fix the nature of the work of the platform, such that the money exchange directly happens from me to the person. So in a sense, it's free for the consumer. The gig worker pays a nominal price to keep the server up and running, and the gig worker directly receives the money from me for doing the job without any commissions in between. Yeah. And if you think of it in this way, how does roster actually fix the gig economy like we pose the problem to be? It is decentralized, number one. So anyone can start a relay as long as you have a system and you can type a few commands, you can start the relay. And as a result, there are so enough competing forces in the market so that they are able to basically balance everything out, and no one gets enough control over the whole thing to impose their needs. Next. It's portable. Here, no gig worker has to get fixed on a single type of job, that they only deliver medicine or they only deliver, let's say, food. They can, because the nature of the work is similar, delivery, so can be the nature of the software. It is very portable. You can jump from one relay to another. You can take all kinds of jobs because of the general nature of the job. And also you can switch between platforms also, because the underlying thing is basically your identity is a public-private key pair, which you own yourself, and you can shift across platforms. Thus, you are not tied to any one server or any one system throughout the whole thing. It is for the community. So, for example, like I was telling, all of these current platforms leech information, leech resources from our current ecosystem, current community. And this method, because of its open source and free nature, it is able to increase value within the own community by ensuring that algorithms are fair, by ensuring that no workers are exploited. Workers have bigger choice over what gigs they want to take, how much they want to be paid. And thus this ensures that the community overall remains balanced, so that it is basically no one outside. Yeah, so like I was saying, in this case, the money stays within the community. Simply because if we think of it in this way, the person who will be running the relay will be a Kirana store or something like that, where they have a server. I'll pay them 10 rupees, they'll put me on their roster, and the final payment for the job also happens from the consumer to the person who is doing the job. Hence, there is no middleman involved in the payment, and the money gets redistributed within the community without getting leased away by, let's say, any external corporations. Next. And like I was saying, this breaks the colonies of gig work. The colonies being that you have to either deliver food, you have to either deliver medicine, or you have to drive a Rapido and take people around. But you can do all of them at the same time. So why do you want to put them into bubbles and make them into colonies? And our system breaks that. Yeah. So one another thing that this system solves is the incentive problem in distributed systems. And what this incentive problem is, and this has plagued distributed systems across history. That is, there is no incentive for a node in a distributed system to keep running their node. So, for example, in torrent, you have all of these torrent nodes, but there is no incentive for any one node to keep running because they are not getting any economical incentive, and neither are they have to in turn pay costs for the server to run. And this is a similar problem which has plagued the Nostr network also. Sure, you can start a relay and you can run it, but who is paying for it? No one will pay for a service like Twitter because they'll shift to Twitter. The gap is too large. And how we solve this is we have an external hyperlocal physical service which provides economic incentive for people to continue running these relays. And this relay network, because of how originally Nostr was involved, it doubles down as a censorship resistant social media network as well. And not just social media, it is a censorship resistant and a control resistant network, in the sense that because there is no central node which one can target to take down the whole network, like this GIF shows. So this is from the movie Spartacus, and here someone says, I'm not sure who, they say, I want to kill Spartacus. And all of these people stand up and say, I am Spartacus, I am Spartacus, I am Spartacus. So how many of the people will you kill? In the similar sense, you can kill down a single server, but if there are hundreds of them across the country, how many can you kill? And thank you. And this is an invite to everyone. What we have currently made, which you can access by scanning this QR code, is a basic bare bones structure of this software. But we invite everyone to come together and to add more features to it. Features like payment methods on the whole platform, features like making it more proof for the end consumer, so that if someone who is not, let's say, very smart, not very tech savvy, can also run these apps. And our aim is to basically develop a decentralized, free and open source software which can be deployed at a greater scale and which can be helped to solve this problem. Thank you.
Yeah.
And next up, we'll be having a virtual talk with Mr. Lauren, who will be talking about the discussion on Kernel. Mr. Lauren is a co-founder of Ringo Network and author of Plenary. He holds BSc degree in Computer Science Engineering and MSc degree in Computer Science, focusing on programming languages and form PU RL.
Thanks. कुछ नहीं करना अभी इसको छोटा लेता इसको छोटा
ये वाला तो मॉडल
हाँ ये तो हो गया अभी अभी शेयर कॉल
कनेक्ट हो गया अभी वर्चुअल था
हाँ हाँ
अच्छा सॉरी शुरू मेरा
अभी तक नहीं है और क्या है ना
अभी सीबीआई रजिस्ट्रेशन करके
ये कितना हाँ क्या है
ये
यार तूने प्रथम को बताया था पर मेरे को नहीं अभी रहने दे। मेरे को एकदम नहीं पता था मैं लेजिट तेरे पास से इतना चुदा है इतना टाइम क्योंकि एंकरिंग तो एक चिल है
मेरा टाइम स्लॉट सुबह शाम वाला था ना
अरे टाइम स्लॉट नहीं मतलब किसी से हो ही नहीं रहा किसी से संभाल ही नहीं रहा है यार यहाँ पे 5
मेरे मतलब वो उसका
नहीं
वैष्णवी तो आई थी मुझे पता है कि
Hello. Hello.
Hello.
Mr. Loreville, are you able to hear us?
Yeah. Can you hear me?
Yes, yes. Fine. Okay, so good evening, everyone. I hope you all are having a great day. My name is Tanishk, and I'm honored to be your host for the upcoming sessions. Thank you all for joining us, and I'm sure it will be both insightful and inspiring for everyone out here. Now it's my great pleasure to introduce our esteemed speaker for today, Mr. Loreville. So, without further ado, let's welcome Mr. Loreville virtually on the stage. So, you can start.
Okay. So can you hear me just fine?
Yes, yes.
I'm have some feedback.
Yes, we are able to see your slides.
No, I mean the audio. It's returning to me, so it's like I
Yes, yes.
echo.
Yes, yes, we are able to see.
Okay. So firstly, thank you to have me here. It's a pleasure to talk to you. A bit early in the morning for me. I'm in Brazil, and I'm Lorval. I will talk about Lua in Kernel. That's a project that I've been working on since 2008. I'm not sure how familiar the audience is to Lua. Lua is a scripting language, very small scripting language that's used in many applications, from Wikipedia to World of Warcraft and Roblox, and think it's very used for extending applications, right? So this project has started with from the perception of that we as programmers usually have to adapt our abstractions, the abstractions of the program we are working on, to the abstractions that were chosen by the operating systems developers to accommodate to our own needs. And we introduced the concept of a scriptable operating system based on this. That's pretty much the combination of the concept of extensible operating system, that is operating system that you can adapt to the abstractions of your applications, with the concept of a scripting language, that is a language that you can use to adapt your application to the user needs, right? So based on this, we developed a framework for scripting the Linux kernel with Lua that is called Lunatic. It's open source. You can modify it to your own need. And here is a small example of what you can do with Lunatic. It's a device driver for generating random printable characters in just a few lines. You can just load this on your kernel, and then it will create a device node where you can cat or add to get random printable characters using the internal random number generator from the Linux kernel. It's a very simple example, but it shows the power of what you can do with a scripting language in the kernel. We also have developed in the past, as part of the Google Summer of Code program, device driver for allowing users to script in the NetBSD kernel with Lua. It's in the NetBSD base currently. And so this project, Lua in kernel, is not only for Linux, it runs also on NetBSD. And why we have decided to use Lua, it's basically because it's a very small scripting language. It's about 250K. It's also very portable and embeddable. It's almost a C8.9 library. It's where any place you have a C compiler, you can run Lua, right? And also it's an extensible extension language. That means that you can both extend your application with this language and extend the language itself with with your applications, adding new features to this language, right? And it's widely used for scripting networking tools like Wireshark and Maps North, and I will show some examples on networking. That's the main field we have been applying Lua in kernel. So back in 2014, we have developed a packet filter extension for the NetBSD packet filter to use Lua scripts. We have other examples you applying to packet filtering, like packet script, NFLua that has been used on many domestic routers right now, millions of routers. We have developed also as part of Google Summer of Code project, the XDP Lua that extends the extreme data path in Linux with Lua. We have many other projects related to this with networking on GSOC. But especially we have this year a rewriting of NFLua that is LuaX tables on this year Google Summer of Code. We have this project that is SNI hook that use another language that is Moonscript that transpiles to Lunatic, to Lua. That's very interesting as well. And right now I'm mainly focused on this Ring Zero DOM that is a secure web gateway for 5G running on Open Run. That's works like this. We have this secure web gateway integrated to the Open Run, and whenever you access malware from your browser, it checks on a threat database and decides if it should block or not the user connection. And it's possible because we run Lunatic at the edge of the 5G, filtering this traffic using extension for extreme data path in Linux. So we have other applications than networking. The very first application we have done was on scaling the CPU frequency. I'm not sure you are aware, but these modern laptops has some mechanism to allow you to change the operation frequency to save battery, but you can also decide the other parameters to change the CPU frequency in your script. For instance, we have created scripts to decide this based on temperature. So if you overheat your laptop, you can let your script just to decrease the CPU frequency to cool down it. We have other groups working on that have worked on Lua kernel. This is one that have developed the kernel debugger extension using Lua kernel in NetBSD. So you could run scripts inside the debugger to help you to find out problems in the running kernel. We have this work that developed sandboxing of applications like files, sockets, using the Lua NetBSD driver, extending the KALF framework in NetBSD. We have had applications on storage as well. Our group have developed PNFS, that is a parallel network file system using Lunatic for storage layouts. We have a group that developed experiments using memcached in kernel with Lunatic, with Lua, and both LuaJIT, and have made some comparison and performance improvements comparing to running these in the user space. ZFS has also a Lua in kernel version from their own since 2018 for program channels. And Lunatic is currently being developed in Lab Lua, that is a program language research lab in the university in Book Hill. It's the home of the Lua program language. We have many other projects related to Lua and program language in general in Lab Lua, and we have been participating in the Google Summer of Code program for a while. And here is some projects we have had in the past related to Lunatic. And currently this year we have this Lunatic bind for net filter, that is a rewrite of NFLua from scratch. But we have had many in the past, and we probably will apply next year as well. Hope we have some candidates from here. And we have this open development. We welcome anyone to send pull requests to join our community, to contributing any form you like. We contribute with ideas, examples, documentations, and also code, right? The main thing we look for is to develop new bindings, and we really think it's a good way to learn how to learn kernel internals and kernel development in general, and also learn about Lua and scripting language at the same time. And we have a very supportive community. We welcome anyone to contribute independently from the experience level. We are there to help anyone that is interested in the project. So that's it. Thank you again. Thank you, the organization. And if you have any questions, I'm happy to answer.
Yeah, guys, if you have any question, you can ask.
If not, here's my contact.
I think there's no question from the audience.
Okay.
So thank you so much, L'Oreal, for your time.
Thank you.
I think we can end this talk right now. that okay?
Yeah.
Yeah. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Bye bye.
Bye.
This session is cancelled. We'll have our next session of Trumo from 6:30.
हेलो 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 कहाँ है भाई? मुझे नहीं दिखी कोई भी। हेलो, एक तो यार ये यार एक हेलो हेलो। हाँ ठीक है। यूट्यूब पे चेक कर लीजिएगा। यूट्यूब पे चेक कर लीजिएगा, मैं बोलता हूँ। आगे नोट द स्लाइड्स। You can just point you. Point. You can call me to change the slide. I will change it. I'll tell you. Okay. Okay.
So you can just use this. This is for the virtual speakers. You can use color mic. You can,
Color mic, okay.
And you need mic also. Mic. Entering करना है.
Hello, hello.
Hello, sir.
Hi there.
I'm Svesha. I'm from Red Bull. I've got a stand for you.
Oh, okay.
You really had a long day, so this
Wow.
is just a piece
I've
of
never had a Red Bull in my life.
Okay, so like you can try this one. It's your first time.
Thank you.
Actually, we're sponsoring the event today.
Sure, sure.
So we
Very well.
have a new property coming up that is Red Bull Basement, in which it totally belongs to the student life. They
Sure.
can put up a new startup idea if they have,
Yeah.
and like a national panel of judges will be selecting the idea from multiple cities.
Sure. Okay.
If any idea gets selected from Lucknow, they'll be going for the national finals.
Yeah.
And after that, they'll be taken to Tokyo, and Red Bull will be sponsoring the whole idea, and will be
Wonderful.
helping them.
And the idea could be about anything, or is it a technical idea? Or
It can
anything?
be about anything.
Anything. Okay.
So we
Cool.
have a full website,
Sure.
and we wanted
Hello.
to take your permission to put a video after the session. So you're
Okay.
sending out
He's the guy.
For the virtual speaker.
He said you are the guy.
Okay.
Virtual speaker. For the virtual
So
speaker.
I
Oh, okay.
can,
This is for the
I can
audience.
just,
This is for the
after the
virtual
session we can
Sure.
put up a
I think, yeah, that's
So
fine.
we are also
Oh, okay.
streaming live.
Okay. Sounds good.
1 2 mic live.
Are you wearing this? Do I need this?
So the virtual
Okay.
speaker. We are streaming also on the YouTube also. On the
Oh,
1 2
this is on YouTube right now?
Yeah, 1 2
Oh, okay. Oh, I didn't know that. I mean, that's.
So do you have any other things for the arrangement?
No, I'm good.
Are you serious today?
Sure. Sure, of course. Yeah. Oh, absolutely. Go for it.
When we tell them, we can ask us any question. If you just put in a word, it may not be necessary on this, you can ask anything you want.
Yeah, of course. Yeah. So this event is being streamed live on YouTube. So just modulate yourself. Let's not say anything. Sounds good. Yeah.
So here we have Ravi and Ronnie, who are grown from the US. They are on All India tour.
Yep.
Multiple IITs. They've kindly, given us 2 to 3 days of their time and this is the IT company. So Ronnie is the CEO and Pradeep is the CTO of the company, and their company name is Trumo. And I had multiple talks with these guys. They're really interesting people. They are giving me a lot of knowledge, and I think they can use that to us well. And they want to talk about their startup, which is Trumo, and how we can benefit you guys. And feel free to ask them questions. They are here for I think another half an hour, 45 minutes. These are great people. They have a lot of knowledge. They're very experienced. So I would recommend you to choose them or take these 30 minutes of their time. You guys. Thank you.
Thank you, brother. And we've got Red Bull, so
We are ready to be juiced out, right? Okay, thanks for coming, folks. So how many folks are here are from final year? Can I see a show of hands? Very few. Third years? Second years? Okay. So most of the crowd is second years. And then, of course, freshers, they're in their own event right now, right? There's an event going on. Okay. So just an introduction. I'm Ronnie, Pradeep. We both are from IIT Kharagpur. I mean, we graduated from IIT Kharagpur, went to other institutions also later, but long back. I won't get into it how long back. But we started Trumo about a couple of years back. An ideation that we did was last year, 2023. We launched the product as a private beta earlier this year, and then finally went live in May. And we'll talk about why we are doing Trumo. It is we think it has very direct correlation, direct impact on everything that you guys do, and of course the brilliance across the IITs, and as it continues to grow and prosper. There's a lot that can be achieved by the talent that's in the IITs today, and not just for India, but also for the world. And hopefully we can show you how to do that. So before I get into the details itself, again, that's our pictures. You see both of us. We also have a third co-founder who's a business guy. He is from SRCC, Raghu Venkatesam. So the three of us are together, and you can see that what we're trying to do is build an equitable future of work, because there's a lot of things in corporate life. Once you go out there and you start working, you'll see that could be better. We're trying to make a small contribution to making that better. And let's talk about how. So moving on. So the first thing I'll talk about is something that many of you are probably familiar with, especially as you're kind of looking at the industry changes. Do people recognize this? Do people know what an S curve is? Show of hands? No? So typically when you go to, many of you will go to business school, and of course even those folks that will continue in technology or core engineering, anything that is launched into the world, it takes a little bit of push, of course, marketing, sales, everything else. It takes acceptance from customers. So adoption, and many of you have heard about Crossing the Chasm, very, very, it's a stellar book written 20 years plus back, but absolutely relevant even today. So the S curve is the way that any new idea or concept or new product or new service comes to market. And you can see there it's the innovators, early adopters, and it's very well understood that initially it goes slow and then suddenly it kind of takes off once there is enough number of people that starts to apply the network effects. So going to the next slide. So typically what happens is S curves kind of start to overlap each other. That's how technology progresses. I mean, that's how businesses progress. That's how change, whether it be in healthcare to medtech to in robotics, automation, wherever you kind of look at it, this is the way it goes. So there's an old, there's a new that comes in, and the newer that comes in. Each one is a leap, right? Each one kind of creates a disruptive function, a discrete function, and you go to a next level of things. So if I go to the next slide, for example, just give you, talking about the internet. So there was internet, and there was mobile and cloud. And in our days when we were in Kanpur, we had our bicycles. We had to go to the library to find things. For you, obviously, that's a very, very different thing, right? The world has changed in the last 30 years. So mobile and cloud, and now it's, of course, it's AI and blockchain. And then if you look at the way things are happening from a services standpoint, right? So there was software that was only available on a desktop at some point. It became a laptop, but it's still web. Then it became mobile. Now it's become apps. Now you can order your stuff in 4 minutes, 5 minutes, 7 minutes on a Swiggy or in any of the apps that's out there. Lots of innovation that's happening in India. And what the future is, what we think is AI agents and AI agentic as a service. We already know, personally have many friends. We know many startups, many founders that we meet in the Bay Area and Silicon Valley all the time that are building human brain models, different roles in industries, including dev engineers, including a BPO person that's probably looking at mortgage applications, because what AI does is not only is able to understand data. When I say understand, obviously it's just semantic understanding. It's not they don't understand the actual contents, but ultimately it's also able to infer what the decision needs to be, which is very, very different from what's happened in the past. Okay, so let me talk about Ayush Gautam now. So while we're on that short break, how has the conference been for all of you till now? Good? A thumbs up, thumbs down? Yeah? How many of you are in the hackathon? Okay, quite a few. Wonderful. Okay, so we talked about AI agents as a service, and that's coming. And as we talked about, many folks that we meet are building models that will replicate human work. And this is a first. Most of the other technologies made work better, simpler, but now people are coming after, okay, how do people do work and how do we replicate that? Keep going. So also there's going to be a sea change in ownership, and I'm not going to kind of go into what that change is, because that's a subject of a different that's a different topic altogether. But in terms of, if you look at the change vectors, so technology, but before the internet, there was no access. It created access. So now anybody anywhere in the world could get to information, get to a service. The service disruptions that are coming in are going to improve efficiency and productivity, right? So that's where all the AI, whether it's AI models, whether it's agentic AI, whether what multiple companies are doing, multiple startups working across the world, and the ownership disruptions will create equity and democratization, and which again will take time. Any of these that I'm talking about is not tomorrow, but it will come in the next 18 months, 2 years, 3 years, 5 years. Maybe some of them will take even longer. Now, why is it that you want to sit through this presentation and listen to what Trumo does? So hopefully this captures your attention. So think about this, that why it matters is as we go forward, hard skills are slowly going to get absorbed into software, which we already know, right? So today we all depend on, and we have kind of the way that we have learned things, and whether it's enough for us 30 years back, whether it's you that's learning right now, it's all about knowing things completely and deeply. And that's how you're able to be, and that's how you're tested in the exams. But slowly, this entire body of knowledge and more is getting absorbed and encoded into software, right? And then that's available to a GPT engine, and that's available to an NLP, and that's able to be parsed and processed in different ways. The second part is task execution is becoming automated. That's what all of these new startups with new energy, new funding are building. So the impact of that, entry-level jobs in the next few years will start to actually feel the pressure, because people will expect more of you when you join. Now, of course, this is the IITs, this is IIT Kanpur. It's probably going to be not as drastic for you, but for many colleges out there, they'll have to know more. So the question is, you need a different set of skills to then to become relevant. So let's look at what those are. So if you move forward, so what's important, and I'll ask Pradeep to jump in. So think about, if you have to get ahead in the future, is not just about knowing your subject or your domain, but you need to know multiple disciplines or multiple domains. Because what differentiates humans from AI, and will continue to differentiate for some time to come, is about the power of synthesis. It's the power of context. It's about understanding what customers require, what a business requires. It's about bringing that creativity and that innovation to bear for new kinds of, coming up with different kinds of solutions that don't exist today. So that's not in the history, that's only in the future, that only humans can. And as you can look at that, I mean, as we, the soft skills over hard skills, that becomes an absolutely important part, because at the end of it, you have to demonstrate and find a way to show leadership or empathy or creativity or innovation. And these need to be part of the curriculum. And that's why, as we are kind of discussing with across the directors, across multiple IITs, we are here in IIT Kanpur this time, but we are going visiting several of them, and this discussion has been going on for the past 6 months. Think about it, all of them are attentive, because they know that the future is changing. And therefore, the kind of skills that educational institutions need to give to students that are in there is also changing. And therefore, how do you do that? And we have a way to, that we kind of we'll talk about. But the last part is outcome over effort, which is hard work is important, but at the end of it, results matter, right? And especially when people have access to technology that can give them good enough results, how do you differentiate yourself? So that becomes a question as we kind of go forward. But Pradeep?
Hi everyone. So a couple of things. Like I spent the whole afternoon talking to teams outside and many of you individually. So a couple of things I'll kind of relating to this. So number one is, let's say the EV car key, right? There are students from, of course, as you guys work, second year, third year, how the process works. But most importantly, there were students from mechanical, electrical, chemical, right? Coming together to solve a whole different problem, which is pretty critical, pretty new, right? Talking about innovation or talking about multiple skills coming together, a lot of that movement is occurring. At the same time, also what I'm also hearing is challenges around how you run your clubs, right? The sponsorships, right? The ideas you want to bring to the fore, and of course, competition. It's happening already in many fashion, but you're doing it the hard way, right? And that's where we come in, as Ronnie continues to talk about it, how we can help platformize many of those efforts, right, for students across the board. So that's kind of one part of the story here. The second part, I would say, I was telling Ronnie outside when I was reviewing this with him, is are we going to scare you guys, right? The way I think about this, and there are many studies that have been done, that the students of today are equivalent of 5 years of experience, let's say, from our time, right, when they come into the workforce. So a lot of that movement has been occurring over the course of time. And if you go back in history, when we were back in college, so that will give you some idea about how old we are. Like when I was in college, personal computers were new, right? And if you look at each of these technological evolution, it changes the perception as well as the resource availability, the knowledge availability in significant ways, right? Where you guys are today is because of the cloud and mobility, right? How it changed starting in mid-2000s to now. And that's the path forward is when it comes to AI age, the amount of effort, like talking about EV or talking about autonomous vehicles or talking about the humanoid projects which are outside, how teams are coming together, not only learning those skills, but IIT Kanpur, my realization has been, especially in the AI space, it's across universities, but it's a lot more so that I'm seeing in IIT Kanpur, right? So that's the advancement, right? That's where you guys are. But at the same time, bringing a set of technologies together to help solve those problems so that path forward gets better and accelerated. And that's where we come in. And that's why 2 years ago when we started down this path, this is where we are going.
Absolutely. Thank you, Pradeep. So I'm sure if I ask for a show of hands on how many people do projects in the middle of the semester? Nearly everybody, or 60, 70%? Okay. So what we want to do at a very, very basic level is to make it extremely easy for you to find new challenging opportunities. That's all. You can just take that away. That if you're looking for challenging opportunities, challenging projects to do mid-semester, you get a good certification from a global client, and you're solving something that is teaching you something. That is what Trumo is today. Of course, we have more plans in the future, but that's where we are starting, right? Every startup has to start with something small niche. This is our niche that we are starting with. So if I look at the next slide, if you read that, so what we are today is a global platform for real-world project engagement for teams. Very, very important. Even though you can join the platform as a single person and can do a project as a single person, and we have quite a few projects that people have done individually. But what we are really looking at is you come together as your team. Your team is probably your wingmates, could be your hallmates, could be people across IITs, could be people with IIT and other colleges. And we have examples on the platform where people have teamed up with even London colleges or somebody from IISc and somebody from an IIT, with coming across domain expertise in completely different subjects. Because remember, the multidisciplinary thing, right? And our goal is to give you the experience of actually running a live project with a live customer, getting to start a career, and then, of course, giving you the tools so that you can excel once you join that place. Now, all of this, the way to do this in this AI-rich future is basically what we call project-based learning. So which is that you are doing a project with a live customer, and typically the way that Trumo is structured and what we are doing in our go-to-market, which is, when as we reach out to clients, many of these clients are alumni. So think about what you do if you register on Trumo, you come to Trumo, you create your profile, you tell the world, you build your team, you tell the world what you're good at. And then what we will try to do is to go out to alumni, IIT Kanpur alumni, cross IIT alumni, bring really interesting projects to the platform. And then you come in and you create your own bid, or you basically say, I'm interested, I want to do this, and here's what I want to get paid. So it's both a learn and an earn opportunity. It's not just working for free. Now, some of you might also say, I'm going to work for free because it's too interesting. Again, that happens, which is completely fine with us. But ultimately, the platform is kind of bringing this together. So you can get to those engagements, get the learning, and absolutely outshine on your resume, right? Because this goes into directly, we also have a very clean way of creating a certification. So you can go in, you'll have a QR code that says exactly which client you've worked for how long, what kind of problems you've solved. And that's available. And you can even paste that link into your resume. It will always work. Okay? So now, how this whole thing works is what we said is something that's a white space, which is, if you look at all of you that are in clubs or teams, and we were talking to all the leaders from the third years and second years yesterday, you have to do manual effort today to reach out, let's say, to alumni or to sponsors or to find projects. What we're trying to do is simplify that by doing three things. One is the marketplace, which is where projects are listed. The second one is the network. The network is about getting the institute involved, so which is why we're discussing with all the IITs, signing up a memorandum of understanding or MOU, in which we get access to certain resources in the institute, and then start to kind of build that alumni engagement. And then the third part is, which is the most interesting part for us to build, is the virtual workbench. So what is this? So this is a set of capabilities that is built as an AI agentic capability that will help you get to project outcomes. So it will tell you, what you need to do in a project, how many people do you require, what skills are required, how many milestones are there in the project, how long will it take? It will give you the suggestions. So when you are kind of starting the project not knowing how to do it, this is actually teaching you along the way of how to get projects done. Does it sound interesting? Yeah, can I see a show of hands and see if everybody's following? Yeah? Thank you. Okay, so this is just and I won't go into any of the details here, but think about that. What this does is it proves who you are on the platform. So clients know who they're working with. That this person is, let's say, a Shubham Kumar that's in IIT Kanpur. And Shubham has done, and Milan has done many interesting projects on Trumo already. So that proves the identity, and we are kind of looking at biometrics, blockchain, all of those things are coming in. There is capability of a secure platform that only the client and the team has access. So just like in an enterprise, like you're working in a company, we're kind of creating a private workspace where all this work can be done. IP is protected. We have project creation and planning, which is we were talking about, and all the AI capabilities that we are building into it. And in the future, we would see as agentic AI, as it kind of evolves, there could be AI as a team member as part of this team. So it will not only be students, it could also be AI team members that are actually going and solving complex problems. There's collaboration, there is third-party tools access. So this overall, what the virtual workbench does is think about that if you were to step out of IIT Kanpur tomorrow and say, I want to become an entrepreneur. How many of you want to become entrepreneurs? Okay, I see some show of hands. So what's the toughest thing to do as an entrepreneur? Can anybody tell me? What's the toughest thing? Planning. Okay, oh, that's good. Planning is good. What else? Implementation. Okay. Sure. Planning, implementation. Good suggestions. So I've done multiple startups. I can tell you the first thing is to build your team, right? Because we all are smart people. We'll have good ideas. We can build product. We can build capabilities. How do you find the right team? And then how do you find your customers? So those are exactly the two things that we are trying to help you solve on Trumo. You come with your skill, you come with the idea, you come with the implementation, right? And you will be able to find people with similar or whatever your required skills that you're looking for on Trumo. So you kind of start your skill. You start in second year, start in third year. build your team, right? And then what other thing that Trumo will give you is clients. So you could start testing out your initial idea with some clients on the Trumo platform as you work with them. And then over time, you can start to incorporate your business. So almost the way that we are thinking about that for some of you that are going to be entrepreneurs, Trumo could be your first income earning opportunity. Make sense? Do you see the path? Yeah, I saw some hands, but think about that. Okay, let's move ahead. So, Pradeep, do you want to talk about this, some of the projects? So think of it this way. You look at things on the screen. On the left, on the top. So this is a team that came together from, was it IIT Kanpur?
PSG was the global team.
The global team, plus the London School of Economics person. Right. So this was a business plan that was built by folks that looked at how agri-waste in India can be built into biofuels that can be sold in Europe. So this was an agriculture engineering student from IIT Kharagpur, if I remember.
So there are 3 students in this team. So the business functions was being handled by a student from London School of Economics in London, of course. There was a student we just met today, Sachdeva, right? Siddharth Sachdeva. So he was looking at the palletization part of it. And the idea was to research, you don't ship the agricultural waste, right? What you do is you apply certain technology to convert them into palletization. And the idea was to research the technologies available in India versus the rest of the world. So that was the part of the research work. And then a student from IIT Kharagpur who was looking at the agricultural waste and the supply chain aspects of it.
So this is a research kind of project. So let's talk about a technical project.
Just one other insight into this. So this company, so they had approached a consulting company in UK itself. The estimation was about 38,000 pounds or euros, I forget, they were looking for. So we helped this team come together. This was very early on life of Trumo. And the project cost was $1,800.
$1,800.
And they were able to achieve about 80% of their goal by means of this project.
Absolutely, the fantastic work by the team there. So if I go just to the bottom, and we'll just cover 3 so that we are in respect for time. So the legal tech project, this is a law firm in Spain, okay? And they wanted to kind of build a custom LLM model where they wanted to look at legal data, which is across from different Spanish districts, be able to be provided as a queryable system to all their paralegals so they could save time. It's a typical use case, right? So this team came together again, Pradeep.
So the team was based here again. Subham Kumar. So they have done multiple projects on the platform. This was okay. So Subham Kumar and I think Divya was the other person. So they came together to work on this problem. The battery ran out. Going back to S-curve just for a minute. So when you talk about early adopters, so this particular institute, there are quite a few early adopters on the platform, Subham and team being one of them. They worked on this project. So the early first prototype went very, very well. And as we speak, the client wants to take it to the next stage, which is about deploying into production and giving into real life trial with 20+ lawyers.
Wonderful. So this is a technology project. And then if you look at the architecture one, I'll just cover that. So this is a sustainable housing project. This is new prefab homes being built by an IIT alum who runs a pretty big construction company and architecture company in Bangalore. And they wanted to redesign, they wanted to create a new design for the HVAC and the AC and the heating systems. And so we looked far and wide across all the IITs. It was very hard to find this team. So thank you, Oro, for finding Team Shunya from IIT Bombay that actually is doing some incredible work in the area of sustainable housing. And so now the client and Team Shunya are kind of working together. They are working through the details. But just think of the variety of projects, the diversity, the level of complexity. These are being done by students like you. And these are awesome resume builders because we know of active situations where people have gotten quant jobs in IIT Kharagpur, some of the early folks, and they talked about their Trumo experience in the interview because they kind of talked about, hey, I mean, this is how a real industry problem that I solved. So ultimately, our goal is when you go through these projects, you're learning how to deal with clients. You're learning how to deal with team members. You're learning how to deal with technology. You're problem solving in terms of what the business requirement is. And that is exactly, and the expertise and the resilience and everything that you kind of bring into play, that's what you need to learn for the job of tomorrow. Does that make sense? Yeah? Okay, let's go. So, there were two ways to engage with Trumo. So one is what we call one-off projects. This is what we have right now. These are anytime projects, any length. They're focusing on learning, earning, and resume building. And then what you're also doing is you're working with people in your institute or across institutes or across the world, right? So you are slowly growing your network, making friends. Next time that you travel, if you work with somebody in South America, I mean, you know somebody to go to. You have a go-to person. Now, what we are working on right now is something called Flexternships. Now, Flexternships is a new twist. It's reinventing internships. Many of your seniors, if you talk to them, I know many second years and third years are here. The ability of getting a good internship, one is you might get it in a good company, which is great. That's an awesome start. But the success of the internship really depends on how much time that team in the company, the manager, the supervisor, and the rest of the team give you while you are as an intern. Yeah, while you're doing your internship. So it's very subjective. It depends on, if they are very busy and they are working on a critical project, you might not get the kind of time that you need. So what we are working on is, go back. So what we are working on is the ability for companies to take this project-based model, add a PPO to it, so that you can do projects in the middle of your semester or in the summer, depends on wherever. And this is the discussion that we're having with the institutes, is how do we metricize this? How do we provide the details into your SPO, into your placement office? And so they are able to give you, in certain institutes, there are credits against this. I know in IIT Kanpur, there are no credits. But then all of these credits can be recognized by the work that's done on Trumo. So that's what we're working on right now. Okay, and it meets the academic curriculum. Okay, so I think the last few slides. So what we advocate is that you start with one-off projects, build your resume, so that then it becomes easier for you once we start to get Flexternship clients, that you're able to get to that PPO enriched offer, if you will, from clients that are not only getting work done, but they're also looking at hiring for their organizations. So this is the new way to hire, because if you look at how do you hire for leadership roles, right? How do you test if somebody works well in a team? It's very hard to do that in the interview process. So if you're able to prove that you have done this with projects, on Trumo, or you have worked with other clients, and you're able to talk about the detail of what you have experienced, that is what kind of brings you to these offers. Okay. So lastly, how to engage. So you can form your new teams, with your batchmates, with your hostel mates, with your wing mates, with, and as I said, people across the IITs, or even across other colleges, even globally. Or you can onboard your existing team that is already operating as a club or a team. And you'll see on Trumo, there's a feature to actually apply for Trumo to recognize a club that's already recognized by the institute. So we will check with the institute, we'll approve it, and that club then becomes part of Trumo. And what we are doing right now is also creating a situation in a facility where some of the earnings that Trumo does from clients, we want to feed back into the club as a reward, because we want the club to propagate. We want you to get new members. We want you to have a good time doing the projects. So there are multiple things that we're trying to really build in as part of this university ecosystem. Is any of this interesting to you? Is it looking good? Any feedback? Okay.
Should we jump into Q&A?
Absolutely.
All right. So before we do that,
Okay.
All right. You want to take it? Yeah, this is about the hackathon. So this was the project. You want me to speak now? Sure. Okay. All right. So we had run a hackathon just about a month ago in IIT Kanpur. The problem statement was developing a sophisticated recommendation system. By the way, this very much relates to every hackathon we have done doing today across institutes. They have all been about Trumo. So this is one of them. Somebody was asking me a question earlier that where do we see applying AI? So this is one of them. The problem statement is developing a sophisticated recommendation system for students and teams tailored to suggest ideal projects based on diverse criteria. There are two winners, of course, first and second. So I just wanted to take the opportunity to recognize them. First team name was Algo Architects. Team members are Aritra Ray. Raise your hand. Shlok Jan. And Vedanta Balasubramaniam. So they are the winners. And the team 2 is an individual. Name is Chala Suman. Where are you, Chala? Suman. Do you guys want to talk about your experience?
Sure. So it was a very great learning experience for all three of us, since it was our first hackathon that we participated in. And like solving a real world problem like this was really beautiful for us because what happens is we learn a lot of stuff in college, we learn a lot of courses, but to get that real what actually happens in the industry, to get that exposure, I think such hackathons help a lot. And it also helped us expand our knowledge base and stack up applications. So it was really a great experience for us.
So it was a very great experience to understand the problem statement. We explored various topics in machine learning, and it was a great experience. I would like to thank Trumo to go as a part of this project. Thank you.
Yeah, it was a very great experience. I had fun working with people, really people, and this was actually my first exposure to AI related topics, and it was really fun.
I just want to mention one thing. Just because of this problem statement, I got an internship in one of the startups. Like when I saw a question, internship program on.
Can you go back? Just go back one slide.
Excellent.
Just example for that.
Yeah,
perfect.
Yeah, I got an internship because of this problem statement.
Excellent. So thank you everyone for participating. I'm looking forward to more from you guys.
Okay, over to Q&A.
And by the way, questions don't need to be just about Trumo, and of course, it can be about anything. So.
First of all, I would like to congratulate all the winners over here. Like, and another round of applause for them. They worked really hard. I would also like to thank the whole team of Trumo to be better and from the scientific council. I would really like to thank you all for collaborating with us and coming up with such an extraordinary problem statement with like one of them that actually helped someone with that results. That is actually something very amazing, and we hope we see you back again next year with another set of problem statement, which I'm hoping the next class comes with much more great ideas. So thank you all for this. We are open for questions. Any questions, guys? About the next semester program.
There are microphones there.
Hello, sir. What are the first two things for a fresher or a individual that could take him to the C-level position?
You want to
take him through the C-level?
C-level position? You want to answer that?
Yeah. C-level position. You're thinking too far ahead.
By setting up a milestone.
Yeah. No, there are many things that will be required. I think in terms of as you kind of progress through things. But think about it, C-levels are there in startups also. So if you're starting your own thing, then you're already kind of creating your own sea level, if you will. But it's a complex answer, so we can catch up in a separately. Yeah.
Yeah, one thing on that is, you know, like Ronnie is saying, there's no perfect way to define when it's going to start. It definitely requires experience, but how you start, like there are many of you here, right? You look around you, IIT, Kanpur, Kharagpur, Delhi, there are so many startups we started from the institute itself, right? Question is what you do. C level is just a name at the end of the day, yeah, right? And you learn from it.
Yep, sure.
Any other questions?
Okay, so a question from our side will be, how many of you would be interested in projects in Trumo? Okay. So just feel free to go ahead and register. And once we know what people are interested in, because as you fill out your profile, we'll also get to know. We'll look for those right kind of clients. Yeah. Awesome.
Next. You guys had so many questions in the afternoon.
So Pradeep, you've done a wonderful job outside. Everybody has come and met you. Okay, doc. We'll be available after the presentation. If you want to ask anything one-on-one, we're absolutely happy to answer. Okay. And it could be anything. So thanks for coming. And now over to Red Bull.
Yeah, actually, they have.
That's okay.
Thank you so much, Ronnie.
Oh, of course.
It was a good session. I hopefully
You want it off?
That's okay. We don't get There's always a beginning in everything. You worked hard. We've seen that.
This one.
Hello. Yeah, everyone, I would request you to wait because after this we have a closing presentation.
Okay, you have to read about the tool, I guess.
Hi there. So you lead the S&T?
What's the basement with us? And if you guys have any
Okay. Programming club, yeah, yes.
like
Yeah.
for the students, basically
So for the summer course, yeah.
the idea of Red Bull basement relates too much with the concept that
Absolutely.
you are giving them.
Now we want to see how to get
understood.
some student teams involved in open source contributions. And definitely could be something of interest to people.
So you want to start first?
So actually, we wanted you guys just sit with us and watch the basement video we are going to play here.
Sure.
Like it's the what is basement and why should students apply. It's all about that for the students to know.
So, what do you want them to do?
So sit in the chair.
Actually, in the end of the video, if you guys have any comments for the students, like if they should participate, because the idea of basement relates too much with the topic that you are giving here.
I see. Sure. Okay.
So that's why we also wanted to
No
for
problem.
that.
No problem.
And from the team Red Bull, I wanted to ask you guys, we are for the Red Bull basement in Lucknow.
Yep.
So I wanted to know how can I connect with you guys to come there.
Well, let's talk that after the video is done.
Yes,
So, yeah.
sure.
Yeah, afterwards. Yeah. Sure. Okay.
having a basic idea about this, and I would like to ask you if you want to have your views about the advertisement for students.
Sure. So I know all of you like competitions. This is a great competition. You get to go to Tokyo. It's pretty open-ended. And you can, and any idea is welcome, I guess. Like it could be technical, not technical.
Hello.
Yeah.
So, hello, thank you, Ronnie and Pradeep, for your talk. And I think this was a great, talk for the students as well, who got to know about opportunities that they probably would not have, come across. But thank you for taking out the time to, address the students and even come to IT Kanpur. So I think we can have a round of applause for both of them. And for the attendees as well who have stayed up, so have stayed here since morning and attended the conferences. So thank you guys as well. We'll have the closing plenary talk right now. So thank you everyone for joining at IIT Kanpur at Opportunity Open Source Conference 2024. You can. So first of all, thank you Till, thank you Avik. Thank you so much for pitching this conference, taking out the time to organize this conference, taking out the time from a busy schedule to schedule lectures, contact speakers. It has been a great experience to onboard you guys. You are onboarding us and building this collaboration. So thank you so much for chairing this event. Next, I would also like to thank the partners for this event, which is Open Printing, which is led by Till and Avik, and the Linux Foundation, Zephyr, and Canonical. They have helped us a lot throughout the conference, throughout the logistics of the conference. We also have hardware partners who had provided hardware for the workshops. If anyone would have attended Mr. Deepak Khatri's workshop, you would have been experienced of building on real hardware. And thank you so much for providing us with the hardware. We also have our sponsors. First of all, Trumo, who was a title sponsor, C3I Hub, Overlay, who will be providing us with the PS for the hackathon, Qualcomm, Center for Development of Intelligent Systems at IIT Kanpur, and Punjab National Bank. Next, I would like to thank the speakers who have come from all over India and across the globe. Really, we have people coming in from Russia, people from Europe, and people from all around the world. So thank you immensely for enriching your presence, enriching this conference with your presence. We have special thanks to two people who have been involved in the backend, Kate Stewart and Susan Remmert. They have helped us with finding out sponsors, getting the hardware, talking to speakers, really making this conference a whole.
Then we have a list of speakers here who have enriched this conference, and we had a total of 52 speakers at this conference. I think that's a great testament to the efforts of Till, Avik, and the entire organizing team. So we also have the organizing team here. Pratham, which is me, Mohammad, Raiber, and Prakhar. So you would have probably seen me most of the time, but Raiber and Prakhar were really involved in the back end, sorting out the logistics, sorting out your networking dinner, your hackathon, which you will take part in tonight. Then we have heads Sanskar and Shreya. They have really worked very hard to schedule the events on time, get everything going. It's not an easy task to get 3 events going on 3 different places at the same time. Sorting out the streaming, sorting out the logistics of these events. So Sanskar and Shreya, uh, great work. Then we have hospitality heads who have and marketing heads who have bought in the sponsors, helped in hospitality. Post this, we have finance heads, events heads, media and publicity heads, design heads, and then we have organizers from second years. We had a total team of around 40 people who have been helping speakers and attendees throughout the conference, getting them from place to place. So it's not easy to organize a conference at this scale and at such a large institute with 50 plus speakers. So a lot of contribution has come in from there. So thank you everyone for attending this talk, and I think Avi can give the final closing words. Avi can tell.
Thank you, Pratham. Thank you very much for the last 2 days. So, special thanks goes to everyone that has been involved with then Shreya and everyone who has been involved in this conference success. Last
यार भैया अभी
year,
बिजी हूँ मैं आधे घंटे में आ सकता हूँ अभी
speaker was
थोड़ा सा बिजी हूँ
conference for 2 days like in IIT Mandi, and it was opportunity open source
तो कल
1.0.
आ जाऊंगा
And this year
कल
it has grown actually beyond our expectation. We didn't even think like there will be 52 speakers and many of them will be traveling over here, giving in-person talks, and people will be traveling overseas to join this conference. We did not ever think of it, but that has happened. Thanks to everyone like who has helped in organizing this conference. Hopefully we will be having like opportunity open source 3.0 next year as well. So we will try to plan it better, well in advance, so that we can invite more people who can come over here or like virtually as well. And I hope in the last 2 days it was quite interesting for you, learning the different things, different aspects of open source, how you can contribute, and the different organizations, different ways how you can start your open source journey. But yeah, if you can have anything beyond this, so feel free to reach out to us. We'll definitely try to help. And just an interesting thing, if it helps, like at least I haven't seen any conference. So this is a unique of its sort, and which we have started. I haven't seen this kind of open source conference happening in any other institute, at least in India. So at least I do not know of. If you guys know or know anything of this one, you can tell me. But this is the most unique conference that is happening in India, and it's the first of its kind. So this is the second year. And the other open source conference I have heard is like Open Source India, but that's a different one. But I haven't seen anything happening in any institute in India. So it's the most unique one. Do you want to say something?
I'm amazed about you from the IIT.
Probably till is short of words, he's overwhelmed, looking at the response from you guys and the enthusiasm that you have shown.
Yes, I want to say thank you to all of you from IIT Kanpur. I'm amazed about your organization work, how well you have organized everything, and after you, together with a week succeeded to get us 52 speakers that you have quickly arranged for third room, and
I also want to naturally say my thank you to all the speakers and to contribute to this great conference. And this has motivated me and us that we make it an annual establishment and want to continue to do great opportunity open source conferences here in India. Thank you very much to everyone. And also thank you very much to all the sponsors who has helped us and everyone who has helped us in some way. Thank you very much.
Thank you. One last ending suggestion for every one of you, who have attended this session. Try to utilize the network that you have built over here. So just don't just don't think that it's the end of the day and don't put a closure. Utilize the contacts you have built, utilize the networking that you have built, that will help you out in those areas. You never know how this is help you down the line. Okay, thank you, and special thanks to Raghav and Pratham. Like you guys were the first who wanted to have it in Kanpur. Thanks to you.
So the other one of these ones. Where's the other one of the small ones? Is it already in there? Here the other.
Yeah, 10. Yeah, sure.